All right, good morning, everybody. How you doing? Hey, guys. All right, so expecting a buy off the open. I do expect it to be a little choppy off the open. We may even see a buy and a sell off the open, but at least a buy is what we should be seeing. We're right around the fulcrum. All three markets are right around its fulcrum, but that's what I'd be expecting is at least a buy, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get a buy and a sell off the open today, or at least some choppiness. So we'll see what happens, and we'll take it from there. All right, so there's the buy. Give it a second to catch up here. Price is hidden. Hang on a second. All right, sorry about that. I had to shut the workspace and reopen it. That was weird. It was like the price was hidden for some weird reason. All right, so there's the buy off the open. That's what was expected. All right, so we're gonna watch the first 5 minutes, so 9:30 to 9:36. We're gonna watch them establish the 5-minute high and the 5-minute low. Alright, so there's our range right here. 90s to 85s. Now what you look for is you look for which way they're going to break it. Now we were above and below the fulcrum during the overnight session, so that's at this point expecting range, and it's kind of what we're dealing with a little bit in here, until we either get some commitment where they buy it higher or come in with a sell and push it down. Alright, so they're breaking it to the upside. Now, in a perfect world, a pullback to here is what you'd like to see. Now, you want to see it break more than, just a few ticks as well. Right, so between 92 and 94s is the target that the breakout should go to, and then a pullback around 942 to 945, you'd expect it to come right down here against the fulcrum point of control area. But right now, we only got a little bit of a breakout, no additional buying. Right, so right now it's showing us as an SBTO, unless we can get a continued push up, like I said, to 92 to 94s. And then if they do get up there and they pull back and they hold and we push up, then we'd be looking at 99s. All right, so right now we have an SBTO forming, so that potential could come down into here. Let's try that again. If an SBTO pops up, right? So if the SBTO populates, yes, in a perfect world, you'd like to see the POC fulcrum hold. However, we got an SBTO, so that says range. That means it can come back down and test the lower area around the 87s or so. All right, so typically this would be the area where 942 to 945 pullback area. However, again, we haven't really gotten a breakout. We haven't got any additional buying, so they haven't committed yet. So typically you'd be looking at the fulcrum and the POC as the area to hold, but due to a potential, where they're not committing, it can come down lower, right? And it would be down in this lower box. But like I said earlier, in a perfect world, the POC fulcrum area is where you'd like to see this hold. But due to them just kind of pushing it, pulling it back, pushing it lightly, pulling it back, not even committing to the upside, they could come all the way down into here. But nothing says short. Nobody's shorting anything. Everything's to the upside. Yeah, breaking up into the 92 to 94 zone is what we normally would like to see. And then come down and hold, the fulcrum point of control. That is correct. Otherwise, what they end up doing is they create a range, which we all know a range could mean a deeper pullback. So again, even though they are pushing it up, we're not getting like, a run. We're not getting that break and pullback. They're kind of like breaking it, going sideways, breaking it, going sideways, breaking it, going sideways. Just kind of like a slow grind. So the one thing you don't want to be doing for sure is you don't want to be shorting that, right? You definitely don't want to short that type of movement. However, going long is valid. You just don't know what type of risk you're going to take. Is it going to come all the way down to the 87s, 86, 85s? Or are they going to hold the 88s and such in here? Right. So, playing it to the long side is valid. It's just how much heat am I going to take on that? If it holds, is it going to hold at, the 88 area, or is it going to hold at the 85 area? Right. And you don't know if it's going to hold or if it's going to be a failure. The problem is if it's a failure, you're not going to know until 85s at this point. Does that make sense? Right, so now that they've pushed it up into this 92 area, I'm going to get rid of this box down here. Come on. Because now, the perfect world, we should hold this. Because we've gotten enough of a push up. Nothing crazy, nothing like, oh my God, look at it, they're running it. However, we do have enough of a push up at this point that any pullback should hold here. Outside of a broadening. So these slow grinds, if you're shorting it, because and people do, they're like, oh look, they're not really going anywhere. They're not taking it up to the upside, right? So the people will short it, but then it makes this slow grind, slow grind, slow grind. You definitely do not want to be on that short side. So that's why I was like really adamant about make sure that you're not shorting it. Going long could be a little tricky, right? Just because you don't know what your overall risk is going to be initially, right? So you're like, shit, they did come in with a buy, but we're not getting a higher buy, right? So it's just being at this point being manipulated. It's being pushed to a target area, which, like I said, is going to be the 92 to 94s is where they should go. Now coming into 950, we should expect a pullback. But this can continue to grind. So what I'm walking you through is what the expectation, what should be happening, right? So they did pull it back 942 to 945, just a slow, like just nothing to it, right? It was like just enough coming down, and then there they go. So now we're up into 950. We'll watch to see if we get a pullback at 950. So 950 to let's say 954, right? And then 955 to 958. If it pulls back, right? This is all based on it pulling back. So you'd watch somewhere in here. It can be a little higher, but you would look for a pullback at 955 to 958 for response to come down, hold, and then make that next attempt to the upside. Okay. Come on. Now, the one thing you want to be aware of is we didn't see any new buying, right? We didn't get any buying up there, so that tells us it's being manipulated, right? Doesn't mean that they can't push it higher. It's just they didn't come in and commit. So a buy and a buy higher didn't commit, so it was being pushed to a specific area. Oh, look at there. Interesting. The box I drew earlier, right, before we even got there. 92 to 94s. Well, that's freaking weird. Time frame comes in, 950. Up into 950, there's the pullback. Now, again, in a perfect world, you'd like to see the point of control fulcrum. Now, I've got to open up this up a little bit because it's going to be a little bit bigger box at this point. Right? This is where you'd like to see it hold. Do we get a little shallow pullback here? Do they not make it down here? They should. Based on the time frame, it should. Now, will this box hold? Well, the one thing that we know is when you go to 94s, right? Look at that, 94s, and you come down to 90s, you're like, fuck, that's a little bit of a deeper pullback than what we'd normally like to see, right? You're over the 3 points. That can attract selling. Well, not a big surprise because it was being forced to the upside into the 92 to 94 target without commitment. So let's see them come down and hold this area. Let's see if it's 955 to 958 if we get a response back up. All right, so here we go. We've got a trigger here at 91s. Now a little bit deeper a pullback, so we got to be aware of that, but everything to the upside is valid. And right up here is where you want to be taking some profits. Right? What time is it? 9:55. Interesting, right? So they're going to make an attempt. Up here is where you want to be taking some profits. And now what we were looking for is between 9:55 and 9:58 for the follow through. If we don't get any follow through, then they're going to come down and we're going to see a deeper pullback, probably down to 88s or so. All right, so everybody should be taking profits. Now you move your stop. Now progression is key. See how you can use the time frames to your advantage? That's all part of open range. So there's 958. We did not see a sign of strength yet, but as long as it holds, it's valid. So like I said, if we fail to progress, right, they're going to range it out a little bit. But as long as it holds, it's still valid. Still valid meaning still valid to the long side. It should still push up as long as the fulcrum POC holds. Our first indication, right, was the deep pullback. Right, the deep pullback is going to potentially come in with a slippery slope, but it was valid. Take profits, and then we got to see progression. If not, it's going to range, and that's what a slippery slope will do. Ah, look at there, some news. Interesting, huh? Holy shit. So I would say that up move was being manipulated. Ah, sneaky fuckers. Alright, so that's a scratch trade on that one. Come on, come on, come on. A little stuck here, so we do have news, so just be patient a minute. Alright, there is a short opportunity here. Yeah, I can't. They're just frozen, but this news is going to make it very tricky. Alright, take profits. Ooh, and the target's hit. Now that happened all through the strategy. My chart here on the left is just frozen. That's due to the volume that's coming in, but the strategy picked it up. Those always get a little tricky because of the news that comes in, but it is valid to the downside. Just bear with me on my charts. Yeah, there we go, properly. A lot of volume coming in. So I do apologize for the charts being frozen here, guys. Ah, come on. I apologize for that. It's so much volume's come in, it's froze these two charts here. Well, they can. It's not. It's only been happening lately, and it's just because there's so much data coming in. I do apologize for that, but it's the other thing you got to remember is we got a lot of shit running on here. We got a ton of stuff, so it's trying to calculate a ton of shit that's going on this chart. The new sling will be better. It won't have as much, kind of shit built into it. As far as the different little things. It has a lot of stuff, but it won't be as crazy. Man, they're jamming this thing down. Something ain't going right somewhere. All right, here we go. Got a little bit of a reprieve here. They are selling it and selling it and selling it. So for anybody that is trading this to the downside, 68s would be the target. That's where they're trying to get this to. That's the lower edge there. That's the market edge from yesterday. So you think that that up move was manipulated this morning? Or I kept talking about it. I was like, you got to be careful. There's no higher buys. Yeah, the news coming in, big surprise. Manufacturing index. Did anybody think there was gonna be anything other than fucking what it was gonna say? So they're baiting the longs into the move, and then they use news. Right? They use the news report to be the catalyst to make the move down. So look at all the selling. So they committed to the downside because we got sell, right? We had a buy off the open, and I said, look, it's going to be a little choppy this morning. I hadn't expected to be this quick down, but right. But we used the time frames 9:55 to 9:58. 9:58 did not get the follow through, right? We didn't see the progression at 9:58, and then of course 10 o'clock news, bam, down it comes. That's not anything you can plan for. I don't want anybody thinking you can trade, a downside move for that. That's not anything that it's just news comes in, and you just have to kind of deal with it. All right, so there comes a 68. All right, so the one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to be, going long in this. This is not a long opportunity. This is not a, kind of like I was saying, you're not shorting it earlier. You're not going long any longer. All right, so let me see the next opportunity down. 61s. 61s would be the next level down. So we are getting selling below the low, right? Below the 68 quarters, we are getting selling, so they are committing. But this news is crazy. So 61 should be the next level down. We obviously have a TZ2 failure. But it is news driven here, so you gotta kind of be careful with it. So range it back up 72s. So they are going to respawn down from here. There's no trigger, right? But it's valid here down. To about here. Oh, hang on. To here. And then if we get below the 67s, we'll get the follow through and they'll make another attempt down to 61s. I'm just kind of walking you guys through some manual trading stuff, but you've got to watch right here at the 68 quarters. I'm sorry, 67s. Now, if we break here, right, this is a profit area, but if we break this right here, then they'll recommit to the downside and they'll make an attempt to 61s, right? But right here is where you take profits on that move, because if they hold that, that's a higher low, and they come back up to 72s. And coming into last chance push. But a TZ2 failure, even though it's news driven that kind of dropped that move, last chance put or a TZ2 failure says down until 1030. Right, but that doesn't mean we won't range out, doesn't mean we won't push up against 72s and then make another attempt down. But in a perfect world, TZ2 failure says down until 1030. Well, trying my best, trying to give you some opportunities here. Okay, so now what it needs to do, it needs to break here. Once we break here, we should be good to go to the downside. Chances are we'll see a sell come in, but it's got to break this number right here, right, the 67s. If we break 67s, we should see a sell. We should see lower levels, and 61s would be the target. Boom, there we go. There's a sell. Crazy shit. Come on, freaking charts, let's go. Right, see this? I know it was a little delayed there, but see the sell? They broke that 67. They held here, right? That's where profits came back up. Did not come back up. Came back down. I said if you break 67s, we should see a sell. There's your sell. Now they're going to make an attempt to 61s. Should, anyway. And again, this is just, I'm just giving you guys some additional trading opportunities because the smart money trade already came in, right? The strategy already came in on the break. You may have missed it because my charts are frozen or whatever, so I'm just trying to give you some additional opportunities here. Those who have the strategy, it did pick it up and it traded it, right? And that's the advantage of that as well. So that should be the initial target, at least, and then a 10:30 time frame as well. right? So down in here and 1030. We'll see what happens. All right, so they're going to unfortunately range it down there. Now, if they don't get down to 61s, I would be very surprised, right? But how they get there is going to be the tricky part at this point. But I would definitely be surprised if we don't see that area. So this is where they'll do it from, right in here. All right, there's a sell for anybody that is either continuing to hold or played it as a range. Take profits and then get through 64s, right? Because here's the area. You'd want to break through. And as far as a range play goes, your stop's above the 67s. Well, yeah, 6350 would be the overall progression, right? 6350 would be the overall progression, but when we're in a range, right, we went SBTO to SBTO, right? So they come down. What I do is I use that 64 quarter. See that pivot here, Ramen? 64 quarter pivot here. If they hold that, that's a higher low, right? That means that they can bring it up a little higher. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be a long trade or anything like that, but when we have a range and we've got the pivot on the left side here where you played the short from 67s down, I look at that 64, and if they hold that, that's a higher low, and they'll typically bring it higher, right? If it breaks. Does that make sense? Kind of understanding the structure piece. So when you put a higher low in, a higher low means they're going to make a higher high. Not always, and it could be just a higher high as far as a range goes, but that's kind of how you look at that. Makes sense? So if we would take out 64s, then a good chance that we'll go down, and again, it's still a range. I don't want you to get out of focus that the trade here is a range trade down, but understanding the structure piece, I use that 64 is what they say, okay, if that holds, that's your higher low, and they could potentially bring it up. Now, things are going a little quicker, obviously, because we got some volume and a little bit of volatility with that news that came in. So things are kind of happening a little bit faster, but it's happening the way it unfortunately should. Now, this should be down until 10:30. Not getting the 61s, like I said, if they don't get the 61s, going to be very surprised something else is coming in and affecting the market to bring this thing back up. Doesn't mean that they won't go all the way to 64s and ultimately come down to 61s today, but I was actually looking for it to make that attempt on this move and 10:30, right? So here's where we get into that concept of like, look, I know where it should go. How they get there is going to be the tricky part at this point, because they did put a higher low in here, even though it's a range. You played it down 67s, you took profits, bam, all that kind of shit. But putting the higher low in, bam, now that gives them the ability to bring it up, creates the slippery slope. Right, so what you're going to do now is you're going to look at 67s. Let me get rid of this line. Right, so now this area that was the range upside, that was the range upside, is now going to be the area that they could potentially come up and hold and get at the 64s. Because now 10:30 is what time frame? EQ time, right? Where's the first target on EQ? The 200? So there's your 60. I'm sorry, I keep saying 64s. I apologize. I see the stop here. 67s. That's your 200 area. I apologize, the 64s, if I screwed you up there. The target to the upside would be 67s to 200, because now 10:30 comes in. Now it's EQ. First target on EQ, 200. 200's at, fuck, I even said 67. 76s. Man, I'm sorry. If you're listening to my numbers, you're like, what the fuck is that guy talking about? All right. Higher low. Let me walk you through this again. Higher low 64s. They held it. They went to 65. So they bring it up. I was looking for 61s. They just didn't get it down there. Now 10:30 comes in. Boom. They're going to make an attempt for EQ. So this 67 area is typically where they would pull back. It's a little bit of a shallow pullback, but it's, that's the area that would be response. And then first target on EQ is the 200, and that is 76, not 67. My apologies on that. Like 64s. It's going up to 64s. We're at 67s. What the hell? So if I confused you on that, please let me know, and we'll walk through it again. But the target at this point, because it is EQ, is 76. Now, for now, it's just a bounce. It's not a holy shit, we're gonna go, way up. We're gonna take out the high. This is just this is just a counter trend bounce at this point. Now it can still pull back to the 67s, right? It can still pull back to this box. Come on. Hold, and then make that attempt, right? That's what it can do. Outside of them just running it to the 200, but it still could pull back. But the goal is 76s. Now I do want to warn, this is going to be a very tricky trade for anybody that wants to manually trade this. This is a very tricky trade opportunity because of the heavy pressure to the downside. All right, but it would be a valid area to take an opportunity, and I would look to take profits at the 71s. All right, you are playing a counter trend move on a heavy move down, so you have to be aware of that. It's going to be a very high risk trade. And you have to understand it's strictly counter trend. It's not a holy shit, we're going to go up and take out the high. Now whether it does or not doesn't matter, right? The initial trade is strictly a counter trend trade to the 76s. So this is where you want to be taking profits for anybody that's trading that. And then 76s for anybody that got in. You may not have gotten in, it's fine. It was just a little bit of a slight shallow there. But they may come back down and then pop it up, kind of create a little bit of a range with it. But if you did jump in there, right here is where you want to take profits. right? So like I said, they may range it a little bit, but the goal is the 200. Now, whether price comes down, comes back up, comes down, comes back up, and the 200 works its way down to price, doesn't matter, right? The target is the 200 on a counter trend move. But we do have some very heavy selling pressure to the downside, so it's going to make this counter trend move a bit risky. But it is valid, and the goal is the 200. Now, here's where I would caution. If you haven't taken the trade or any of that kind of stuff, I'd be very cautious here. Even though, yes, it could range, I'd be very, very cautious at this point on any new trade opportunities to the upside. Still valid, but it's going to be tricky for sure. Oh boy. Yikes. Valid here. Still valid. Holy shit. Oh man, holy shit. That was fucking nuts. Take profits. Well, this is gonna be a scary one. But do take profits here. I'm not expecting, doesn't mean it can't go, but I'm not expecting complete follow through on this yet. Things need to change on the back end, but it is valid. I'm not trying to talk you out of the trade, but whew, holy shit, I am fucking surprised that that trade did what it did there. Not that it triggered, I'm surprised that it got the bounce. But I'm not looking for it to completely follow through unless they come in with a buy or something manipulating here. This is kind of the area that I'm looking at thing to kind of fail at. Oh yeah, they are back to manipulating the crap out of this thing, man. Look at that thing, and holy shit. Well, the target's hit. It was valid, but holy mother of mercy, that was nuts. It was low risk trade, but still, man, I was like, what the fuck are they doing? Yeah, and it pulled in. That's that's the it did pull into the alternate pivot, right? It did do what it was supposed to. But man, shit was starting to change quick. They put those longs into a fucking headlock right there. See it? Kind of like what they do with the shorts. They got them in a headlock. They're just enough to get it to bounce. So to me, it's a little bit of a manipulation on that bounce. Completely valid, but I am not expecting this thing to follow through. Doesn't mean it won't. I'm not. I don't want anybody to, if you're in the trade and you're holding it for the 200, perfectly fine. But uh, everything's telling me that this is not wanting to follow through. But we do have a little bit of manipulation in this attempt here, without a buy program, kind of like we're kind of dealing with what we did earlier off the open, where they hit it with a buy and kind of kept pushing it and pushing it. Almost the same thing happening here, where they pushed it for this. Again, yeah, it is into the alternate pivot. Everything about it was valid. It was a low risk trade. It was just shit really changed quickly on the back end. I was like, oh fuck, this is gonna be ugly. But everything, even now, is still telling me that this is not wanting to follow through. So if you're holding for more, I'd be cautious. Yeah. So, Raman, to answer your question, the ratchet is a stop, right? That's what it's designed for. Now you can trade against that on a trap trader and those sort of things. So to answer the question as a yes or no or black and white, the ratchet does tell you the direction of the trade, right? You don't short against the ratchet. Now again, a range, a trap trader scenario, something like that is completely different. But in simple terms, the ratchet's telling you, hey, look, trades to the upside. Trades to the upside. Now it's saying no more upside and it's to the downside, right? That's what the ratchet's telling you. But the ratchet is more designed of your risk on an opportunity on a trade versus, the direction of the trade. So I wouldn't really kind of lean on the ratchet as, your direction and trend. It's more of a risk on down, up, that kind of deal. If we broaden, the ratchet's useless, right? If we range, the ratchet is useless, right? Because it can take it out, come back up, take it out, come back up, right? So it's just more your risk on a trend play. Your momentum and the vector here, the line in the middle, tells you your overall trend direction, right? This down here is what I would use for that versus the ratchet. Make sense? So look at, did I tell you that this was telling me it wasn't going to follow through? Absolutely fucking nuts, right? So it said it wasn't going to get the follow through. Now, it doesn't mean it won't come down and come back up, right? Like I talked about earlier, when they pushed it up to 72s, they came back to 69s, bounced it. I was like, this could potentially range out in here, create a range where the 200 works its way down to price versus price going right up to the 76s earlier. Now you can see the 200s now at 74s, right? So as price ranges, the 200s working its way down to price. All right, so you can see we are ranging it in here. They went down, back up, back down. So there's the SBTO. No opportunity to trade it to the upside. There was nothing there that said buy that, right? But this is going to be our middle point here, just like it kind of has been. lower edge, middle, middle edge, upper. So I would throw this as the upper edge. And then as of right now, this would be the lower edge. I'm not even going there. That's too far. And then, like I said, they're still trying to get it to here. So like I said, on that up move, it was fine. It was a low risk. It was very tricky, not easy. But my information was telling me that that thing wasn't going to follow through to the upside. Got a little bit more of a bounce than I was thinking it was gonna, but which is fine because it gave us a target hit. But man, I was like, holy shit, they're manipulating this thing. So for those that follow the structure on the bigger picture, we've got a pretty massive broadening on that time frame. So they could go a lot lower than 61s, but 61s is was the next target, and we should definitely get it there. And there's your 61s. If they continue to pull off the broadening pattern, that means a 46 takeout. Now, the next target down, I'm not going to call 46s right now. You know, the potential is there, but our next target to the downside would be 56s and 51s. So again, 61s, we talked about it earlier. How they get there is going to be the tricky part, but they did get it there. They never got it back to the 200. Doesn't mean that they can't still try to attempt to get there, right? But they made the attempt, couldn't get there. It's down to 61s. And like I said, my information behind the scenes was saying that this is not going to follow through. Shit works, man. I was like, not going to expect the push through. Everything's telling me that it's not going to go. That pop-up was more manipulation than anything. All right, so 2 volume spikes. No brake lights here, but we did get 2 volume spikes, so we are going to get a bounce. And that bounce should be somewhere around the 66s. I would say 66 to 64 is where they're going to try to bounce this. But we all know what time it is as well. It is crazy time. All right, there's the there's the additional sell. That's a shallow pullback there. They oh boy. All right, so here we come to 56s. Just a little shallow at those 62s. I was looking to trade up in there. It didn't pull back enough. I was looking at a few more ticks on that pullback, but nothing gave us an opportunity to take it down. They just hit it with a sell. But we are going to keep an eye on this box. Now, I do hope with all the back and forth that I've been talking, I hope I'm not confusing anybody. I don't want anybody to be over trading it or being confused. If you are, please let me know. I'm just trying to give you as much info as I can on the direction and when it should go and how it should go. So please let me know if you are struggling a bit. That's not my intentions on this. As we know, it's not normally this quick, so it is happening a little bit faster today, so it does sound like I'm, kind of calling shit out a little bit quicker, but it's just because of the way the market's moving. All right, so again, an opportunity here. It's not a smart money trade, but we've got a trade down here, an opportunity. You've got to be taking profits. All right, so this is where you're taking profits. Progression's key. If we fail to progress, then we're going to come up into this box up in here. Okay, again, this is just manual trade opportunities that we talked about. And there you go. There's your target. All right, good move right there. Any questions on that? All right, so they're trying to get this to 56s, but right now it's just a range. Yeah, that 10-year manufacturing index is definitely low, but that information was already known. That's the tricky part. You know what I mean? It's like the shit's already freaking known. And that's what I was telling you this morning when it came in. They hit it with a buy and said, look, you're not shorting it. However, it seems to be manipulated. Because they were doing that little slow grind. It was like, something's fishy. But it came down, time frames lined up, 950 pullback, 955, 958, going to make a response. Trigger came in, all valid. Move your stop, everything, right? Everything about it was valid. And then I said, if it fails to progress at 958, chances are we're going to range out and they'll come down a little lower. Does it mean that we're going to take out the low? Not unless news hits, which 10 o'clock comes in, bam, they hit it with sells, and we all know the story from there. Right? So right now we're ranging. I said you can take the short up here, down to 58s. That's the range. That's it. If they progress, we'll see 56s. But we still want to keep an eye on this box. They came up into this box, come back down. Now this box is going to try to hold. Now what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to get it to the 200 again, right? We didn't get there earlier, so they're going to try to get it to the 200 again. Down to this box. This is where this box is going to try to hold. Yes, it's a slippery slope, but this is where things have changed. And boop, now we should see them make an attempt to the 200. Still strictly counter trend deal. Right? Can't make this shit up, man. You just can't. Now, will they get to the 200? I have no idea. That's what they're going to try to attempt to do. Try to get it to that 200. Because that's the first target on an EQ move, right? So they made the attempt at 1030. We got the trade. Then everything changed. I was like, oh, we're not going to get the follow through on this. That's it. We're not getting the follow through. So to hold it for anything more, I was like, nope, target hit is all I'm looking for. So we're going to look and see at this time frame if they try to make it, because now we're getting into, that last chance opportunity to EQ this. Now the EQ target, because we are down so heavy at this point right now, is strictly just the 200. No idea if it's going to get there, but I drew the box here. This is where it's going to respawn up. No, like I said, they're going to try to get it to that 200 area. We'll see if everything holds. But for now, that's the plan. That's what they're looking to do. Anybody have any questions on this morning's action? Anything you'd like me to go over? Okay, so here, just to clarify what you're asking me, are you talking about here? $11.15. Oh, short. Let me see. Again, I'm not. I'm just trying to clarify so I can walk you through the process. 11:09. Oh, here. Um, well, yes and no. You are correct. But remember that additional filter we put in. There's certain things, that crazy time. So there are additional filters that go in at that time frame. So it picked up something, and it was saying it was going to be a little bit deeper of a pullback. And as you can see, it didn't follow through. So it's just one of those where these are, yes, it is valid. But I was just trying to give a manual opportunity, but not looking for it to follow through. And that's, again, you see it here. That's why it didn't follow through. These are going to be kind of a 50-50 sometimes based on, the deeper pullback. So you went from 57 all the way up to 62s. The filter kicked in because it was like, oh, that's a little bit of a higher pullback on that deal, just during this time frame. So you're going to see that. So that's why I was trying to give a manual opportunity to trade that. All right, so right here would be a valid opportunity. Again, the target's going to be the 200. Very high risk. All right, so this is a discretionary opportunity. Very, very, very high risk in here. Okay, so if you're trading it and it fails, sorry, right? This is a discretionary trade. It's a counter trend. They're going to try to get it to the 200. That's the goal at this point. Will it get there? No idea. There is definitely very down pressure, right? There's some serious negative pressure here, but they're going to try at this point to try to get it here. We do have a slippery slope, so you got to understand that this is a potential heads up opportunity for a trap trader down, but they are going to make an attempt to try to get it to the 69s. All right, so up in here is where you want to be taking some profits. Two points very quickly right there. Now, those type of deals there, if you want to hold it to the 200, that's fine, but that's just a quick 2-point trade. Things can turn very ugly very quickly, as far as a downside move. So, again, it's valid, everything about it's good, but it's strictly just we're going to try. Very high risk, very tough trade, but that is the opportunity to get it to at least 65s. Yeah, it's definitely a counter trade, a counter trend, and it is still valid to the upside. Just things are starting to shift to negative. So again, normally we'd be sitting here waiting for, oh my God, holy shit, this is a heads up opportunity for a trap trader, right? But it's one of those deals, again, when the new stuff comes out, we can start talking about it, give you some extra opportunities to trade it. Make sense? All right, and there they go. They hit it with a sell. Now you're still going to keep your eyes on, antennas are up for a potential trap trader scenario. And like I said, Joe and I are going to start giving you guys some manual opportunities for those that like to be discretionary, but they are discretionary. The opportunity is going to be quick. You've got to be on it. We will go over them, but it's not going to be one of those. You're really going to need the software for these. All right. So, for any discretionary trades, some of them are going to stand out, but a lot of them are going to be you're going to need the software to see it, because things will change quickly, right? So, the trade opportunity is quick. Here it is, just to the 65s. That's all it was really giving. Yes, can it go to the 268s? Yeah, they're going to make the attempt. But once they hit 65s, things change. Things are like, nope, not going there. And then things start to come down. Doesn't mean you short that. Now it's like, okay, now you sit on your hands and you wait. Bam, here comes the trap trader opportunity. Now what you look for is... And a lot of times those are going to be like a quick 2-point opportunity. That's it. It's like, so you can grab 2 points here, 2 points there, that kind of thing. Instead of sitting all day waiting for a smart money setup to happen, where some days we may not get a trade, this is going to give you guys that opportunity to trade or have some other trade opportunities here to make some money. Again, keep in mind the smart money, the strategy, these setups, those are just your base foundation. We talked about that last week, right? It's your base foundation. Those trades are going to come in. You'll take those trades. Boom, no problem. Now what we're introducing is we're going to be talking about and going through some additional opportunities, but you've got to be quick with them. These aren't, oh, maybe I should see if it does something else first. No, these are going to be like, you got to pull the fucking trigger and you got to go. If you're not going to be able to do that, if you're not going to be able to have the confidence to take those trades, you just can't trade the manual shit until you learn it, until you get the confidence, until you see it, which again is fine. But this is for, the Ramens of the room and stuff like that. I know there are a few others that like to have more opportunities to trade. And yeah, we're going to be calling an up move, turn around to be a short move, turn around to be we're going to be able to kind of call the turns on some things a little bit quicker than what we have in the past. But it's for those that are looking for some extra opportunities to make some money. Does that make sense? Everybody understand that? But right now I'm just walking you through, some places that this is going to make an attempt, where the targets are going to be, where, don't be expecting too much out of this because of this, all that kind of stuff, right? And if you're a little slow with it, just take your time. And, again, we will go through this when everything is done. But in the meantime, we're going to walk you through some trade opportunities. Just kind of be like, hey, here you go. If you want to take a trade, it's going to be very high risk. It's discretionary. Boom, you can take it here. If it follows, it's going to go to the 200. It's the time frame that they should have made an attempt to the 200 anyway. So you're like, oh, okay, yeah, no problem. Now things have changed. We got a potential trap trader setup here, right, with some sells. The tricky part here is they hit it with a sell and then a higher sell. You're like, crap. But that's okay. Bounce it to about the 61, 62s. Okay. Then what you've got to watch for is you got to watch for the response back down, right? Because if they come in here and they pop it up here and they come down, they fail to progress, that means that we're going to be stuck in this range again, and they're going to bring it up to 65s or so. All right. But for now, the trade opportunity is going to be to the downside. Everything is shifted. They had the slippery slope in here. Yes, the bars went positive with positive dots. Okay, so the longs were taking some control, but whoop, they lost it immediately, come back down. Now you get the positive bars with a negative dot, right, with the jet fuel dot to the downside, which is the red. Boom, they got caught. They're in a chokehold. Bam, they passed out, right? They had to give it up. Like, fuck it, take it. Now the shorts hit it with a sell, took control, new swing low with the bars changing back to negative. Now you look for the bounce. Down it should go. Make sense? It's all part of the trap trader deal. So we can give you guys some extra opportunities to play a long during a slippery slope or a short during a slippery slope, but they're going to be very quick. Sometimes they're going to turn into an outright reversal. It all depends, right? Certain things we're going to be able to see, certain things we're going to be able to talk to you guys about to explain if this one's just a quick move, if this one's going to turn into a reversal, that sort of thing. Okay. So I hope everybody had a good day. We actually had some decent trading. You know, that up move, I talked about it. I said, look, this is going to be very manipulated. It looks manipulated. They hit it with one buy and nothing else. And then, it was a slow grind. And then we walked it through with trade at 955. We took profits. And then, bam, they hit it with a sell. We got to move a stop, and then they hit it with a sell. I was like, oh, look at that. Told you it was manipulated. And then we had a couple opportunities, one down and then a counter trend earlier. All these were triggers. And then all the manual trades in between. Okay. Does anybody have any questions before I hand this over to Joe? All right, guys. You guys have a great afternoon. We will see you tomorrow, and Joe will take you through the end of the day.
Okay. All right, guys. Yeah. As Mo was saying, we are going to be, going back to, again, a lot of discretionary and going over, what markets are showing you and whatnot. And then I'll be doing some afternoons as well as mornings. And so we'll be mixing it up some, which will be really good. I think everybody will like that. All right, so again, bouncing off the low, they should shake and shimmy between, say, 55s and 60s. Now, again, we want to see a sell and a sell through to confirm a lower move, or they're just going to bounce it back up. But if they do, bounce it, we should be able to get into a trigger here. Definitely in a downtrend, no doubt. And we got to see what type of bounce we can get to see if we can get an entry. All right. So again, shit bag takeout. Watch it come back up here again. We're looking for a opportunity to get into this on the downside, but there will be some bounces off these fives. And see to what level, but eights real big. See the three levels there, so they're going to want to try to keep them under eights if they can, and then press for another low. Well, they may just never let us in. Again, we were looking for a new low of the day and trying to get a bounce to get in, but I just couldn't get it up high enough to get that in. I knew they wanted to keep them up under the 8s. I thought they might bounce them up around here and then we'd get an opportunity, but doesn't look like it's going to happen on this one. All right, so again, still trying to get an entry, but they keep sneaking it down. Again, slow markets are always dangerous. You see, slow moving markets are just deadly. They just creep down. The fast ones are the ones that bounce. It's never the slow. And getting something out of there. All right, that was quick. Again, we were looking for that bounce. Just be careful in here. You didn't take profits. Again, 52's key right in here. 5250s. Okay, so now if it comes back up and it can't get through 52s this time, that's when they'll attack the 47s. So again, watch those 52s. Okay, coming up, addressing that swing. And if it fails, then it will come back down. If it takes it out, then we got 56s, 54s, all the way up to 58s again. All right, so again, those 52s are becoming key. And so we came down, we went 52, 52 quarters, 50, we did 48s to go up 52s, hit 52s, couldn't hit that. So now again, we got 47, 48s and 52s up top. Again, there was a bounce. We did get the bounce. We did get the bounce to get in. And we got to see whether they want to continue that trend and come down and test or go sideways. But again, 52s still being key. All right, so you see the little pop. As soon as we get through that 52, now we should flop around here for a little bit. Let's see if 49s hold, and we'll see how high it can go. Again, market's still pretty beat up right now, so wouldn't expect any, well, you know, let's just watch 49s right now. All right, so up against the 5350s now. And look, they held the 49s. Now we got to get through 5350s, 54s, and then it's 56s, and then it's 58s. All those little areas all the way through. So it's going to be choppy. All right, guys. So like we were talking about, as we were coming up, we had to watch the 52s. 52s, break through the 52s, we get to the 54s. It's yin and yang right now. All right, so. All right, so you can see what we're doing is, well, I don't know if you noticed, but we're doing kind of a ascending wedge which is bearish ultimately. So again, I would keep watching these 49. Well, obviously we got 49s and 50s. And then once we stop making new highs, now we hit 54. So now we're going to come back up, test against 54. But prior to that was 52.75, 53.50, 54.50. So, and we're making higher highs, higher lows, but not really moving. So again, what happens is you're trying to fill the tank. And then if they bring it up even again, they go up maybe to 54.75, 55s, 56s, something like that. Then they can take it down, break it, and then all those traders that got in there, they can flush them out down at the, 47s or even 45s or even lower. So now watch the bounce, and see if we only hit 53s. Then you know that they're making lower highs and they're getting ready to bring it back down. If they make a higher high, then fine, you look for a higher low. So here's your 49s, 48s coming in. Again, this is an ascending wedge pattern. It is bearish. Just waiting for it to set up. Get some sort of a trigger in here, but it is a bearish. Yep. Let's see, instead of just draw it out for you. See? Bam. It's not that big a one, just so you know. So, I mean, it could, just like any storm or anything like that, could increase in size, but, it's not like it's a monster or anything. Definitely has the ability to go down and test the lows, though. So again, the pattern itself, just a bearish pattern overall. Nothing I would want to be long into, that's for sure. there it goes. So, we had the bearish flag or the wedge. Again, that does look like it will go to, well, let's see, it's 6. Could go down to 43s. And if it breaks, that's 41s. That's a bearish pattern. Like I said, definitely not anything you want to be long on, but very hard to take a trigger on that one, because what it is they shift the momentum to the upside. They create the pattern. They put all the traders in the box, all right, that box I drew, and down it goes. And now flush them out. Again, market's very mechanical. They just use them to move the market. They're using their emotions, all right. Put them in a losing position, everyone executes, bam, they take prices down, professionals cover the position. So right now, 45s, pretty key. Underneath 45s, it's 43s and 41s. Okay, it's doing the, I'm going to creep down here super slow. So, again, they hit the 46s. And it's 43s, 41s. Watch for the bounce. All right, now 48's a key. Okay, so 48's a key. 43s under 46s and 41s. Amazing. Remember, it's always the slow ones that are the scary ones. Everybody always loves the fast-moving markets, but those are the ones that, you know, they whip down and they whip back up. These slow ones are always scary. Okay, addressing the 43s again. You see how it, again, slow markets, they never really, I mean, we had that one bounce, but that bounce started the wedge. They don't really move. So what happens is you get a lot of, it doesn't really go down much either. You can see how it stair steps, little baby stair steps. So it's not scary, you know, um, to the trader, because it's not, ripping down 3 points, 5 points at a whack. It drops and pops and drops and pops and drops and pops, and the pops are minor, but it just keeps going down, making new lows. So again, 46s, 43s, 41s. All right, so you are seeing that this, this pattern is pretty bearish. It, was able to take us down to the 46s and 43s. See if it actually pushes to the 41s. We are getting brake lights again down here, but ultimately I think 41s are in play. Like I said, I always said that the slower the market, the more dangerous it is, because nobody gets out. And then all of a sudden they look and they go, oh my God, um, it's the fast moving markets that gets people out and you flush it real quick. The slow one, they'll usually add in. It's just the nature of the trader. It's what they do. If they don't see it, they're like, well, maybe it'll pop, it's not going down much, so I'll add one more, and then it never You never get the bounce. And then, well, I'll add one more, and and then and well, still hasn't broken down, so I'll add one more. And then what happens is you end up with 4, 5, 10, 12, whatever contracts, and next, bam, they flush them, they hit them, they sell them, and off it is, and you'll see the big volume spike and the brake light and whatnot. So again, tough to get into these, but nothing, like I said, even earlier, even before this broke down, it's nothing I want to even think of being long. Not on that pattern. No way. It's just too bearish. And the characteristics of the market being slow. All right, so you see how we had the 8s that were key, and then it bounced, hit 47.75s, and the 6s were key, and then we hit 45.50s, and then we went down to the 42s looking for 41 on a print, and we come back up, we hit 45.50s again, and then back down. It's kind of a stair stepper, but very slow. Look at how slow it is. You know, but see how dangerous? This goddamn thing's just done nothing but go down since 54s. And here we are, 12 points lower. And it did it without really trying. I mean, it did it just so damn slow, it took a half hour. Again, my moral is be careful of the slow markets. They are going to be the ones that'll hurt you. And boom. There it is. 41s, passed it, flushed them out, and there's the sell. Oh boy. So you see, like earlier where we were talking about coming up, and if it fails on the bounce, so you see that right to the tick, So again, it's not like it even did a slip slope here, you know. It's just, it's bizarre how they do it so slow, but they got what they needed. They flushed them out. There's all the volume. Now you got to watch 45s. Well, I would say 42s and 45s. 39's a little lower than I thought. But it still went down, and that's what we were looking for. Could get a trigger in here, so keep your eyes posted on the screen. You're welcome. Like I said, we were looking for 41s. Ultimately, we got 39, so that's a couple points past. We are getting the bounce now, so 42s, obviously the first area. We're hitting 43, so if we come down, again, this, if you see the pattern, right, it could be another wedge pattern. And hopefully it won't bounce before it gets us risk-free. Okay, guys, take profits and move your stop. All right, guys. Target hit. Yay! Scary one, but we got it. Holy shit, right in time, too. right, guys.